I drank too much coffee. Now I got the jitters. That's what I get for drinking like an entire... My brother got me this little mini coffee maker that's fun. But the problem is I'm tempted to drink an entire mini pot of mini coffee, but that's still too much coffee. So now I'm like horribly jittery. Ah, well. There's no time like the present. Okay. But welcome back to At the Ends of Eras. Let's see what I did since last time. Now that I'm doing Kitty Found a Camera 5 days a week, it's been like... I don't even remember what the context is. I think we made the guy, and he kind of sucks. The guy who comes out of the wall and is like cool. But he's not very good. Let's see, I think if I load... global debug load Razia 3. I think this is the one where we have the platform past the guy. The guy with the face. So, if we talk to you, doors open, let's go deeper. Oh yeah, there's some sort of thing where we have to go this... There's like kind of a bug with the, visitation thing. There we go, okay. It's kind of confusing. So I want to try moving the medium again. Yeah, you can lower the room. Hang on, while that's doing its thing, you can enjoy looking at the looking at whatever that is. I didn't like the heater being on. Okay, so this is our cool guy. And then what we can do is we can jump on these conveniently placed platforms that have no, like, logical explanation. That didn't work. Ah, I see. Fuck me, then. It did work, it's just it didn't fucking go back in. Okay. So she got off the chair. But this was supposed to retract back into there so that I could do the rest of the video game. Okay. So why is that not working? Why is the thing that I explicitly wrote to happen in the code not happening anymore? If we go to, it's probably some stupid thing with... What? I'm an idiot. Hang on. We're gonna need Blender out. Because, yeah, my next steps are actually to just make the rest of the level, but I should also make sure that the game still, like, functions before I do too much here. Also, I'm seeing that my compose didn't work. Oh, I remember now. It's because my multi-meshes aren't set up, so I couldn't do that. Basically, eventually these are going to be a multi-mesh, rather than each of these being an individual mesh. It doesn't matter that much, because that's not going to be... our problem here. Our problem here is presumably somewhere inside the medium. The back wall. No, not the back wall. The boundary. This thing should be here. Let's do export. But okay, what is the malfunction here? I think it must be... Oh, okay. It just doesn't activate the thing. I added a track called... Okay, whatever. Just add the track back again. How could this even possibly happen? Okay, insert the key hello. That's gonna be like... Wait, what? Oh, wait. Wrong thing. Because that doesn't have that. This has that. Moving position. Okay, this also doesn't have it. Which is nice, I think. I think that's good. Oh yeah, I had to do something with this. I'm trying to figure out what it is, even. Didn't I have some stupid thing where there's, like, when the animation is finished, it does something? Complete. Finish. Hang on. First of all, oh wait, no, that's fine there. Wait, no, it's not. Okay. Animation. I swear there was a thing where, like, I set something. I did something to make it activate. Did I just forget? Did I just refactor the code and then forget to add that back? You know what? I don't care. What if we just add an animation track? Just play a different animation. And that's going to be from our boundary. And then here, we just add activate here. So basically we come down, and then that shows up. I don't like that. Do 12 seconds. Trying to figure out, how do we make this... Yeah, because now it plays backwards. This is what I wanted, basically. Let's actually have this do 16 seconds. Let's go a little bit less. There we go. Also, I'm happy to report it finally snaps to 20 FPS. Okay, good. So now it should work. Yeah, let's make sure the video game still functions, and then I'll do the other part of this level, and then we can start working on, like, more fixes and structural things. Okay, so I think now what I can do is jump here. Oh, interesting. What? Huh? Why did that happen? It did the exact opposite of what it was supposed to do. Hang on. Very, very funny, Godot. Tool engine that I use. Play the animation forwards when I play the animation backwards, of course. Okay, so what I have to do is I have to do something more sophisticated than that. What would I even do? Probably have the boundary have something like a toggle. I think what I need to do is I need to have this have a custom... Oh wait, this literally does... Okay, I see. I see what this does. This thing is supposed to be connected here. I already did that. Yeah, because it's supposed to get our animation player from the door. Okay, set this back to like whatever it was, 10.5 or something. Thank you, Godot. Take me back to the texture mines. I realize now I actually hate I hate coding more than textures. I'd rather spend a month making all the textures and stuff. But hey, if I get this level done, then it's mostly just art and dialogue to make all of this work. And then like enormous amounts of bug fixing. I just gotta persevere through the coding mines. Very interesting transformation. It really goes to show that I think in the past I've been hesitant to, like, you know, do a creative project on the side because I'm like, well, I should save my creative energy, quote unquote. But the more I do something, the more energized I get to do more of it. You know, like I want to do more art now that I've done art a lot for Kitty Found a Camera. And so I think that does make me more willing to like do side projects on top, even though I have 2 game projects already. And I'm working like 7 days a week on it in various capacities. But okay, what I actually need to see now is how do we make this crap work? I think what I need is to connect our door, first of all. Where the heck is our door even used? Do I not call init signals? Oh, okay. If not, okay. If we are not malfunctioning, we call this in the next frame, and that does moving room animation finish connect on removed. Set active. I think what I need to do is have I guess finished movement. So finished movement, and this is going to be open bool. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a new signal on doors. And this will be like open or value. And what we do here is function end movement, and that's going to be finished movement emit open. And then what I'm going to do is anim dot, oh wait, no, let's do if anim. Animation dot animation finished connect on anim ended. So I don't think this happens in both instances. Let's do like end movement, and this is going to be anim. So let's make sure that this works for both instances of opening the door and closing the door, since I don't know if animation finished is called when we end a reversed animation. Good enough. Why are there so many things being called? Weird. What? Why were like 5 billion animations called there? Oh. Did that work? Hello? No, it didn't work. Let's go back to on removed. If moving room not open, else you know what, let's just set active open. Yeah, okay, I'm seeing now hokey nonsense. You know what? Screw that checkpoint there. It's making me insane. But okay, what happens now is that goes up. It should probably start earlier. I have to like synchronize these better. I don't know how to do that though, because I can't like play it in reverse from another thing. But okay. Now it at least like functions. And then, you know what, let's actually move that switch so it's not just like stuck in a wall. But okay. Thank you for clicking that, Godot. Thank you for selecting things that I'm not clicking on, Godot. It really should have, It should do what other, like, 3D tools do, where it's based on, like, the pixel of the object that you're clicking rather than some sort of physics thing. Because I think that's my main problem with it right now. Like, basically, like, if I click here... Yeah, it clicks the boundary because there's physics colliders, basically. I have to, like, go through the wall. But okay. I'm only a little mad. Hi, Razia. So I think what I want for this is actually... Maybe this triggers the malfunction of the thingamabing. And that would be... Let's go to malfunction stat. Let's have this be like an export bar malfunction stat equals... For now, it'll be like capacitor opulence. And what I can then do is I can have that tied to the switch, which is somewhere. I think it's this one? No, wrong one. One of these. One of these. I should replay Deltarune. Thinking of the music, or listening to the music here. Well, maybe when Chapter 5 releases, I will replay it. I don't think I'll stream it, though, because there's plenty of people who stream it. Okay, let's put this attached to our malfunctioner. And that's going to be in boundary. Oh yeah, that's not going to do that yet, though. Okay, but that gives like a logical reason why Razia would be able to get through, because that malfunction should make it navigable somehow. But okay. And that actually... I was wondering basically how to make it so that the time gun is required, but I realize now, if, because that needs to be able to, like, the player needs to be able to get back and forth once that, panel is malfunctioning. And so that means that you, even if you need the, time gun, for example, for all of these platforms, because that's a hard barrier. You cannot get through that without the time gun to slow it down. It's literally like a collider there that'll, like, hit you. It doesn't work quite right, but it should. Eventually it will. But that means that you can still get through the, like, malfunctioning wall, and then you get to the fans and you're like, well, I can't get past this. So then you leave. But okay. Let's just go through this again, just to make sure that the basics work. So, like, this area obviously needs a little bit more to it. Like, that guy's trivial to avoid. You just keep running. Because those guys are only really a hazard in conjunction with certain platforming challenges. You know, most of these enemies are actually quite easy to deal with in isolation. It's only when they're, like, as a group and synergizing, kind of. You know, like, that guy shooting projectiles at you, and then you're trying to also line up, like, attacks on these guys. I also need to decide if I'm gonna do, like, a nicer attack. I've been thinking of, like, potentially doing a 3-hit combo rather than having, like... Because right now, actually, one of the best combos is that, where you, like, do a lunge kick, spin kick, lunge kick, because it, like, breaks up the end. It cancels the end lag on this kick. But I might want to, like, just make that look nicer. Because right now it's basically just the Jak and Daxter moveset, but it looks worse. And I think it'd be better if I just did my own thing. But okay. That's enough of that. What I want now is another platforming challenge going the opposite direction. And so I need to remember which way is which here. Because I like what I had, somewhere. Oh yeah, I really liked one of the platforming challenges actually having you go, like way above one of the previous challenges. So I'm going to see if there's a place where I can do that. I guess what I could do is, instead of having this go up here, we have this, like, here, for example, and then we go up, and then we platform way up here, go around, come back down, do some cool, do a final thing, and then we do the deactivation, do the level, like, all paused and stuff. Some sort of cool secret final gauntlet. I'd be fine with that. Okay. Go to Blender. And let's make this a little quieter. Versus Susie is like my favorite song on the Deltarune soundtrack, but it's also too distracting for me. Wait, what am I looking for? I'm looking for environment. Oh wait, no, I'm looking for assets. Environment test. Right, because this whole thing is designed wrong. So do I want this to be lower? I guess I don't even need it to be lower. I could just have, like, another series of pipes coming up, through the top like this. Yeah, I'll just do that. And then the player walks along these. Okay, so there's going to be pipe, high, collision. Let's see. There we go. Okay. Basically good enough. Oh, I see. This needs to be a little bit wider, though. Do I want... I think I want the player to walk on top of this. Oh, wait, no. I think what I really want... How do I make it so that the player has to do some fancy footwork? I think what I can do is I can have some platforms that come out here, where you hit a switch like here, or there's like some sort of platform on top of these. Okay. I'm getting a vision now. Why did that... Okay, there we go. So this is going to be platform, S-body... I don't know, let's just put like a... one of... I'm always worried because in Blender, if you rename an object, sometimes it'll just rename another object if there's any name collisions, and Godot also does that, but for different rules. And I don't want to constantly accidentally, like, fuck up objects. But okay, basically, the plan is... you walk out here. Interesting. Thank you, Blender. Let's have this perfectly work. That'll be exactly right. So yeah, you stand on this platform. And then there's no way to actually get into there. That'll be... let's just simplify that right now. Instead, there will be a door, like, over... I just realized. This means that there's absolutely no value to the any platforms that I put here, because this would be here. Because I like having these crisscross. But I think, actually, a better option would be to just have these, or anything that is not this pipe, go up like this. And then it makes sense why you can't actually do whatever I just had you do. I don't know. There we go. But okay, now we have a platform. We have some pipes. We have pipes going this way. Just for you. And now it seems, or now it still looks natural. Got our perfect pipes connected. So yeah, you use a pipe, go up into here, do some platforming, come back out to here. You gotta do platforming again to get to this side. That gets you to some sort of platform that's over here. Did I make sure to properly parent this thing? Now I did. I'm gonna die from that coffee. The classic feeling. But okay, now we have an interesting thing. I can hit a switch. We can have some sort of platforming challenge over here that leads up to here. We loop back around yet again. You know, lovely. Feels integrated. Feels like there's like some sort of function to all of this stuff. And then we'll come back around and like do platforming over here. Land right about there. And that leads me to wonder, what platforming challenge do I want, really, other than do some rather tricky jumps to get to the platforms? We could have more... Okay, originally that was the combat section then, and then we went up here. And this way, it was more pipes navigation. Oh wait, no, that's not right. This is the way that we enter this place. Okay. So this is the route. We go into this pipe, go up here, through here, get sped out here, do a little jumping puzzle, which I have actually replicated before this section. Then we loop around, we do a complicated jump with, yeah, much more complicated room with this guy in it. Which we also did on the first route, and then we just come down here and do that. Okay, so this is a very small thing that we've already done elsewhere. I guess I could just make a more complicated version of that challenge. Because now we've done it once before. Right in here, we do basically the exact same challenge where we stand on a platform, jump to a fan, jump to another fan, go up here, go there. Actually, what I could do is I can make this an easier version of that challenge. Where instead of having to jump through the fan like this, we just go up like that. Transform. Unrotate. There we go. So you just have it be like, jump to here, platform, jumped up to here. rather than having the very first time we actually have to do any platforming be like jump through the fan while it's moving. We can do that now for the other one. And that way, we have building complexity. We revisit a challenge, but now it's harder. Brilliant. It's like a whole video game. But okay, my feet are feeling funny, so I'm going to sit back down. A standing desk was a good investment, because otherwise I would not stand at all for like the entire day. I should also start like making things airtight, but okay. Okay, I think what I should do is I should just make one of my patented like big random chambers and then just fill it with stuff. We're just going to make a square right about here, I would say. Perhaps matching the shape of this object. And let's even, for simplicity, actually no. I was about to say we should solidify it, but I don't need to do that. That just makes my job harder because then I can't see inside the object. For now, I'm just going to embrace the back faces. Or the like clipping issues or whatever. But okay, so we get spat out of this pipe. And then I think what I want is to go down. Because yeah, basically what I'm envisioning is we have to have more height to get up to here. Also, we should probably have, just for the sake of my visibility, there we go. Now I can see what I'm doing. I probably should have made this... whatever. Honor code. You have to, like, properly, You can't just clip back through to get into this environment. Well, that wouldn't even help me. But okay, I think I want something down here where we have to then go down into here, get some more height, more complex stuff. Hang on. Back to the necropolis. The challenge that I want is something like this. Actually, what if... Oh, wait, yeah, this is fine. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have some... I'm just going to make the rest... Yeah, let's just make this out of square platforms. Oh, wait, actually, does this have... This doesn't have... This needs a name. It needs, fancy room collision. It also needs a, one of these. This will be like, I don't know, Vents 2 room. Do we even have a thing called Vents 2? No. Maintenance 2. And I think, yeah, I'm going to do the same thing on this side that I did on the other side, where I parent these, that, and that way this is all one room. That didn't work. Oh, wait, no. It did. I just have to do that. And then this is all one room. They should not be parent. Oh, right, I see. That means that this should be parented to that. Okay. That means that now all of this is one room. Hopefully I didn't parent anything important to that, or to those pipes in here. Hang on. This, my level design is so compact and interconnected. Okay, there we go. Good enough for now. Let's get this one at least to be like copper cleaned, so that way when we platform into it, I'll be able to see what's happening. But okay, that'll spit us out here. And then, yeah, we'll do a much harder version of the platform. Let's get a death plane. Did that not get parented properly? No, it did. Okay. Okay. Do like 50? Almost. Okay, that's good enough. That's a plane that'll kill you. I'm excited that this place is, like, coming together. I think it'll, like, be a video game soon. It might just be this one level, and then I never work on this game again, but who knows? You know, I officially, like, you know, realize that I'm insane and just give up. But until then, it could be cool. Okay, so our goal is to get up to here. Let's get some square platforms in here. Platform, square. And I will gradually and gracefully convert these into what have yous. Some sort of permanent structure that looks good. But until then, what I imagine is we get on a fan that sends us upward, and then we also go like here. So we, yeah, get on a big, actually. Huh. I'm trying to think, what exactly do I want for this? Thank you, Godot, for not clicking the thing that I was trying to click on. Fan. So I think we actually have 3 different things. And then, last but not least, we'll have one that sends us this way. Oh wait, no, I did need this. Because this will send us upward, and then we'll have one that sends us, like, this way. And I think that means that what I want is... What do I want, really? Delete these, because now it's going to be... We have a platform, we have a fan. You must jump onto the fan to get to the platform. Okay, boom, boom, and then... You jump to here, you jump across, and you should attach to the wall. And actually, that means that I want it to be, you're really heavily encouraged to go through the fan like this, rather than going around it. Wait, this should be attached to this. Thank you for letting me click the completely wrong thing, Godot. There we are. Actually, I want it to be as well, if you really know what you're doing, you can get through, like, go like this. So snake your way through both of them, land here, jump across. And I think all of these need about 15 imparted velocity, 5 range, I'm saying. Let's check this platforming first. Okay. Which way do we go? Probably this way back to the place where we were. Oh, right. Nice, I actually made it through. Wasn't quite as high as I wanted it to be, but that's okay. Yeah, we need about, I'd say, 18. Poor Razia. She can barely keep up with me. Doomed to fail. Especially because she now, like, can't stand on platforms. Or can't stand on, like, sloped surfaces because of my new, like, gravity stuff. I think these two should actually be, like, 20. In fact, I can probably do all of them as 20. And I'll double check by... I need to also make sure sometimes, like, reloading, or, like, the hot reloading doesn't take. You know, sometimes parameters just don't change, and sometimes my code is set up in such a way that, like, you know, there's, like, an on-ready var or something that isn't going to get updated from that. Not quite as big as I'd want it to be. Okay, so that gets us here. And then that would get us to this door. I also want to see... So basically what I'm imagining is there's a button about here. You stand on it, and then that activates up there. And there'll be a wire, so it's very clear that's happening. And that means that, first of all... I want that angled differently, because I keep ledge grabbing it. Because the challenge is not, can you avoid ledge grabbing on a thing? The challenge is, can you get through these by jumping? My other problems are, I want these that different. I think this needs to be lower and like 25. In fact, let's get this like there. 25. So yeah, because I want it to be, I want it to have enough power that if you know what you're doing, you can snake through there. Hang on. How do I make it similar to the previous challenge? Like, more like it. Because, yeah, I like jumping into the thing, jumping up to here. There needs to be more platforming that is not the fans, because otherwise you're going to be alternating between those a little too quickly. So I think maybe you get up to here. Then you have to do some more platforming up to this. Let's get another platform square. Maybe a falling platform. You know, something where it'd be easier to, like... do this, for example. So you jump up. So yeah, basically my thinking is you hit the button, stop time, go over here, resume time to get up to the fan, stop time again in midair to get onto this platform to get onto that platform. And then you have to resume time as you jump into that, stop time to land here properly, because otherwise you won't have enough time to do that. Then you can climb here. Then you have to slow down time, or like jump through here, resume time here, land here. Bob's your uncle. And this should be 22 because it's a little low. And I think this one as well should be like 25 then. Let's try this. And then I can set the timed the timed switch to follow that stuff. Thank you for your contribution, Razia. Okay. Move this down to 21. And I think this one should actually be 20 again. Because I forgot I moved this stuff closer together, so... Thank you, thank you, my video game, for doing that. That'll be a thing that I really want to, like, fix. I think there we can lower this down again, probably to 15. Hang on, let's try that. And then we have this final race to here, which, I guess I'm fine with that. Well, I mean, that's, you know, the challenge is not meant to be, can you get along the, like, run along the pipes. Let's add I think a marker. And this will be challenge refresher 3, maybe? Oh wait, make sure that that's like in a reasonable place. Okay. Now we can have a standing button. And actually, I think what I'd like is maybe to move this over to this side. Basically, like, you get up here, you get, like, walk around the platform, and then you go this way. You know what? I like that. Thank you, Blender. Or Godot, whatever the hell I'm using. Okay. But that does mean that this wall should be wider, because now these need to be centered. So yeah, because what I think I want to have is the player tightrope walks across this thing, and then actually, that means that we can have this send you a bit forward as well. So yeah, I imagine get up here, run across, run here, square platforms. And that way it's much clearer that you're not, or that you, like, double back. Okay, now let's do standing button. And then a door right about in here. Okay. Let's grab this bad boy. Perfect. So yeah, the big advantage of this that I wanted was, hang on, we're gonna skip the music boys here. Oh wait, no. Yeah. In Deltarune Chapter 2, the music boys ironically have like the worst music of all the characters. I think it's because if your personality trait is music, then how do you, like, make the music interesting? Like, you can't have music-themed music. There's gotta be something specific. You know, because the music we're listening to now is Birdley's theme, and you can hear, like, there's, like, classical music elements and, like, clear chiptune. And that, like, you know, that is a personality. It's emblematic of who he is. He's a gamer and pretentious. It's my theme. But okay, I'm going to say 5 seconds. Sounds reasonable to me. This door would be in our refresher door, right there. Making the element, like the visual elements of this, is going to be pretty tough. But okay. Actually, let's make sure that we can get from the start of the area to here. So we emerge like a baby lamb right here. And we're like, where the hell do we go? I guess over there. And we're like, okay, I guess we walk on top of this pipe. And then we're gonna, like, climb over here. That's a very tricky maneuver, though. I don't know if players will know they can do that. Basically, roll, jump, and then grab onto a wall that's beside them. Okay. And now we can see... Oh, just barely. Okay. Let's make that 6 seconds then. And eventually I should start putting checkpoints around, but I guess that'll be another, like, polishing phase, or like, structural polish, I might call it. Because basically I'm thinking, right after this, what are the steps to, like, make this play-testable? So that people can get a general idea of, like, okay, here's how the level is going to, like, function. I think a lot of that will be signposting checkpoints, bug fixes, making Razia not distractingly fucked up. Especially since she can sometimes, like, collide with you and mess you up. And also, this should probably be a bit more, not, like, tending to eat your inputs like that. Yeah, that's not quite acceptable. Especially since it sends you all the way back down here. Hang on. Put a fountain. Right there. I think my next, I'm trying to figure out what my next goal should be. With, oh wait, no, what the final design for the checkpoint should be. Because, yeah, I think the fountains are old news. That was sort of like, meant to be like a Dark Souls style, bonfire thing, but it's not really well suited to the structure of the game anymore. I also don't like how my input was eaten there, but I guess that's another thing that'll have to be fixed by the time I do like a checkpoint, or like a playtest. Yeah, fixing like unacceptable bugs like checkpoints getting eaten, not being able to ledge grab on falling platforms, Razia janking out, lack of checkpoints, things like that will need to be fixed. And then I can start working on like art, the final layout of the level, the dialogue and story and stuff like that. Razia, stop fucking with me. Yeah. I think I might want to have a whole system of like, trying to think. Having Razia like stay away from the player until they've done a challenge. Maybe having like no follow zones in the platforming areas, since I already have that concept. Ooh, can I make it? Oh, there we go. Okay. I think that's still a little hard, so I'm going to do 6.5. And I can tune that later, because basically, now our challenge is, where the hell do we go from here? If you fall down there, you have to do everything again. And I think what I can do is I can put a checkpoint, and then remind the player that they can reset. That's not what I want. I want that to be here, I think. In fact, let's add a marker for challenge. Refresher 4, I guess I'll call it. I might make it so that doors have a checkpoint attached to them. That could be interesting. But no, that could cause issues with, like, you know, accidentally getting, like, somehow getting close enough to a door that you can't actually, or that you can get through it by saving and reloading. Yeah, so that jump is not correct. I think the big issue is I just need this to be flat on the top rather than whatever the hell I've done here. That'll help. And then probably have a little bit of a platform at the end, so that way the player's like, oh, okay. You know. Thank you. How did it even select the wire? Yeah, there's some weird, like, invisible collisions for the editor that are, like, nonsensical. But okay. What was my next desire? I guess let's double check the timing of this thing. And it's funny, I actually did wind up getting above the thing here. Okay. So yeah, now here we have a thing where there's going to be some platforms, and then I think more pipes are necessary. Oh, wait. Do these ones. What am I doing? Make this center of mass. Hmm. I think what I'm gonna do, something like this, where it's still a bit precarious, and then you can get it over here. Hmm. And then I think what I want, maybe just a big chaotic tube that like goes, like swirls around and drops here. And then there's like a room this way that doesn't do anything particularly interesting. It's just a room with like a massive amount of tubes above it. Yeah, I think one thing that I really like is I really like the structure of this room. Just having something off in the distance that implies the facility is even larger than it seems. Hmm. This is more like set dressing, but I want it. Basically, you know, what is this room for? I think more tubes going every way. Hmm. And that all is connected. Good. I still feel like I'm kind of dying. But I'll ignore that for now. Okay, let's get our little platforms that were above the thing right here. I think these are little prefab doors that I made. And put them with this challenge. Let's make sure that this works correctly. Okay. So I'm thinking we roll jump to here. Three of these activate. And how far I want it to come out? I guess that's fine. You know, let's make all three of these stick out for a little bit. I don't think this is a thing that we can easily reach to. That's fine enough. Okay. Get our standing button. And then we get 3 wires. And hopefully all of these have unique paths. Let's just have these go there for now. I wonder, can I make these activate non-simultaneously? Because I don't think there's any sort of delay system here. Ah, well. This is fine. There we go. Now they're pretty aesthetic. I like that. The only one that I need to change a little bit, I want this one. There we go. Okay. So this will have like 1.5 to 2.5, I think. All right, let's give that a shot. Because I want it to be deactivating as you're platforming on it. Oh, right, they don't actually attach to the doors yet. Door, there we go. I'm not looking forward to trying to divide this into sub-scenes, because that's, well, I guess RAM usage isn't really my big issue, so I don't need them to be in sub-scenes. I can just have them, like, you know, in and out of the tree. But okay. And I can have these have little complications where there's, like, you know, a platform there or something. Okay. And that should get us to here, and that gets us nowhere, because now we need to figure out how to get to something else. Let's make sure that I can't just, like, cheese my way over to that. Oh, no. Yeah, there's no way I can get over there. I like this. That's so nice. Okay, so our next question then, maybe just some good old-fashioned platforming here. I'm tired of time gun nonsense. Here we just have a nice little platforming challenge with like a box. Or maybe I can mix in like a, you know, I can mix in a square platform and a falling platform and stuff like that. I think my next question is this level too long now? Because I don't know if I have all that much content to really support it. But I think what I want here... Ooh, that could be interesting. It's not even really a challenge, it's just a lot of long drops. Because I really like having this pipe here. Okay, that's our next thing. When we get all the way across to here, there's no longer any sort of, like, challenge inherent to it. It's just some cool looking, like, pipe areas. What am I looking for? I'm looking for this. Okay. And I think I can just... There we go. And then what we have is over here. We actually have to jump down into these. So it's like, where the heck do I go? Need to jump here. And that would get us... I like the idea of actually just moving this whole thing like that. So like this wall clearly connects somehow to these. And actually I'm going to have this go down. So this is now going to be... Oh wait, hang on. That's 3 room. And also that means these go here. And yeah, we'll just have all of these connect. How do we have this connect in a way that makes sense to me? Actually, I just had a brilliant idea. What if I just don't have the wall come out this far? Like here. You know, instead of making my life unnecessarily hard for temporary art, I just make it not unnecessarily hard. And then here, we're going to have this go down. I guess I'm fine with that for the time being. Admittedly, now this looks kind of dumb. So what I could do is, instead of having all of this, we just have this entire section go down. Wait, hang on. There we are. Oh, wait. Not quite what I want. Hang on. What the fuck did I just click? I clicked a, like... Oh, I see. Not what I want. Keep clicking the wrong thing, because I'm clicking this thing instead. There we go. And then I can do median point. And then I can grab this again. Make this face there again. And now what I can do is I can do a wall or a platform here. Look at that. How do we make this all look sensible, though? Okay. There we go. And now what I can do is I can put a little box in here. This is going to be like a pipe, platform, whatever, collision. There we go. And now it's not, like, connected in a confusing way. So yeah, put that there. Boom. Perfect. I keep saying boom. Okay. So that means that now we can go this way. We have an infinite void down here. We can have some sort of void going this way that's going to have, like, a... I'm going to say you jump down here, platform across, have the bridge here, have this come down like this. Lots of weird bottomless chasms here. Actually, I'm fine with this going like that. I'm choking out from smoke. It's like a forest fire outside. I don't know what's happening. Oh well. Okay, let's just have this thing go around here. So yeah, I'm thinking we just have big old chasm, loop around here, come over to here. And then we just have a little face like here. In fact, what if we just had a, what if we have this keep going out, and then it goes down, and it's like, you know, it's clearly some sort of maintenance tunnel thing. Okay. And then what I'm gonna do. Actually, where would I put this so that I can, like, cut out a reasonable little hole for our stuff? I think actually here. And then actually have these at last. Okay. Oh, and that does mean, though... What if we make this a tube here that we have to platform on? And so basically, instead of having this come around like this, we have, delete these faces here. This is our instant death pit, and then we jump onto this thing to do a little bit of platforming. Walk across. Where does all of this stuff connect? I think the answer is remove that. Make this all something. Okay. In fact, we should probably just remove all of these here. Okay. So how does this look? Get all of this to here. Okay. Wait, hang on. What is this? Delete that vertice or vertex. What is this? You know what? Delete both of those vertices. No, that's not what I want at all. Yeah, just have that connected there. That'll be fine. Okay. Now what I can do... have that there, have a cube here. This will be our, like, all dash collision. And this will just, like, block everything here. So yeah, now we have some kind of awkwardly overlapping rooms, but that's fine. I don't particularly care. Okay. That means this should be able to get through no problem. Okay, so this is unobstructed. This is obstructed. We platform on here to get around to here. And then, you know what, I'm going to delete this again. Because I think our best bet is to simply get that. Interesting. Oh, right, I see. Oh, my back. Ugh. Okay. Now, the arduous process of trying to figure out how to make this look good. Okay, good enough. And you know what? That means that I can actually get this thing. Remove solidify. There we are. Do the same thing for this thing. There we are. Good enough. Okay. So now the real challenge will be making a death plane that actually follows this object, or that will not intersect with other things. Well, actually, this is also a death plane. Oh, and also this should, What do I want here? I want this to not intersect with that. That means that this section here should be... Thereabouts. That's fine. And then we have a little, like, you know, place to be relaxed there. And then we can have cool platforming in here with tubes and stuff. This will be another, like, type. Again, S-body. Interesting. I think I want, yeah, like this. Actually, what happens if we try to platform up the tubes? Like, we have to jump from here to here, then climb up these tubes. Is that even possible? And if not, how do we make it possible? Wait, actually, how do we... What is the geometry of this? Actually, I like this. We have these tubes here. Oh, wait, but that goes directly... Oh, wait, no. This is fine. Okay. We're gonna do 3 instead, though. Yeah, the confusing thing is that these tubes now no longer connect in here, but that's fine. So yeah, we have to go from here to here to here. Then we have to figure out some way of, like, do... that. Alright, Alright. Okay, that seems good. And then what we'll do is I'll have this go like this. So then you have to platform to here to there. There's a little maintenance thing there. Okay. Kind of insane level layout, like random stuff. Oh wait, hang on. Did my earbuds, like, mess up? They got unplugged slightly, so my left ear was mute. Okay. Now, last but not least, square platform. And I'll have to figure out, I think I need to put a little bit more thought into this last section. I like the idea of just like a big mess of a room with a million things. Actually, hang on. Before I get too lost in that, let's move this such that it basically gets all of these areas collided now. And hopefully that works out. Yeah, I think that'll work out. Basically... Oh yeah, this will work out pretty well. Okay. And I can probably move this down to have the same, like, to just have one gigantic death plane for everything here. But for now, what I'll do is I'll just make sure that all of these, like, because this area, for example, needs a death plane. And I think the answer to that is to just move this thing down. Or move this up. A little bit of both, I think. And I think we can now just get rid of that, because we're going to have this thing. What am I looking for? This. There we go. So now that means everything here has a black void at the end, and it should be relatively fine to scale it. And it seems like it no longer gives me warnings about non-uniform collisions for box shapes, I think, which would be good. Hang on. I think this would be easier if I had, geometry. Whatever. Or textures, that's what I mean. Yeah, I like just really long jumps. I'll have to make sure that that works if I ever add, whatever it's called, fall damage. Okay, and that gets us to here, and let's make sure that I can actually get out of here once we get the capacitor. Oh yeah, Razia is following. Okay. And now it's all spooky and dark. Doesn't really seem like anything. So I think now, I like, you know, I think this is a good structure where I'm trying to figure out where exactly I want the player to go. So I think either just straight back through the back of that mechanism, or going this way with one of these collapsing platforms, going through like that door, for example, to loop around. That could be good. Let's test it with just this way and see if there's like enough meat here. Because I can do, I want to have more tricky things with the time gun, which I don't think we're going to get with like all these weird mechanisms. But I do like the like haphazard climbing here of just like, there's a bunch of weird shit that I'm just kind of throwing at the player and they have to like loop around. I think because the movement is so flexible, I should really consider just making more random stuff like this. Or like quasi-random. Where I just make a route, or a few routes through it, intentionally, and then everything else is just up to the player to figure out. But okay. Then we have to figure out a way back up into the medium, which I'm realizing I actually don't know how to get back out of here. Oh, I do know. Okay. So we have to loop around, then go this way. It's a rather strange route, and I wonder if I make the medium too dark, it's going to be really hard for players to actually figure this out. So I might want to have it like this, where there's like black shadows, but there's still an overhead light. So that way it feels darker, while actually having better contrast than normal. Oh yeah, and I can test how this new version of the puzzle goes, which is a substantially easier version. That's a little too high. I like how ominous this place is with this lighting. So I want to figure out how to get essentially a sun in here for like, because I like the top-down directional lighting, kind of. Well, here it doesn't look so good. I think what I need is just to bring back my two-colored reflection probes, because right now the reflection probe can only have one color of ambient light, and I want a different color for the top of the surface and the bottom of it. So I might have to remodify the engine, or I guess I could just have an environment-wide variable and then use custom lighting. I think I can do that. Oh. Well, that was a pretty weird thing that happened for no reason. Yep. Where did you study? What do you need exactly? Okay. So eventually we should have the ability to just tell him that we got the device. But now the game is playable from beginning to end. Or no, the demo is. And so my next steps would be, I think, fixing some of those bugs. Like, I didn't like how... Well, I guess it was because I was going up a slope and then down a slope with the roll jump. And my input was getting eaten. And I didn't like that at all. So, I mean, let's just, I guess let's just try that, but I'm gonna take a break, use the bathroom and stretch and stuff. Back in a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so first things first. Get rid of all the fountains. We're going to have new checkpoints here. Because, yeah, instead of having fountains, we are going to have checkpoints at doors. Actually, let's also make sure that I get all of my copper. So yeah, let's get all the materials set up. And then I'll say... Oh, I probably should have git commit first, but oh well. Actually, no, I'll git commit first. So yeah, let's say git status level or opulent medium. Let's say actual content. Because yeah, the only big content question remaining is, do I want the ability to, for example, go from here out into, I think it would probably go like this way, maybe? And there'd be something over here, and then you'd go like up and around, and then you'd go back into here, and then go there. Okay. That'd be good. I really like how weird and roundabout this place is, and we can add a lot more, like, false doors to basically imply, like, this facility is massive, and you're only like a little bug crawling around in the pipes and stuff. But okay, now we go in. Actually, first, let's get the materials, then we're going to do the checkpoints, then we're going to do, like, the bug fixing and stuff like that. Pipe. Let's just get all these pipes. Yeah, as I said, I'm also very excited to start working on the actual, like, art design. Oh yeah, the other main thing that I need to do is I need to make the opulent medium itself better as like a platforming challenge. Make it significantly more clear and stuff like that. So that'll be, I think, my next major structural change. And then I'll consider adding the other thing here. Okay, so let's go back to opulent medium. So basics, chunk system, let's say, so post medium level. Oh yeah, I like that idea, but that's more decoration. So let's say basic structure. Structure. Let's have more frequent check. Well, actually, I don't need to change the plot. I'm not going to add invisible checkpoints yet. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to add more fountains. Thank you, Blender, or Godot, for, like, getting 50 billion things. I don't know what the hell this is. Parameter material is null. On what? RD material storage. Like, who's null? Who cares about that? So there's something wrong with our material. And I don't know what it would be. Maybe it's in the mesh itself? There's like a null material? Because these should have defaults. Maybe here there should be a standard material, and then we have that as a thing. Hang on, check that. Okay, I think that was it. This pipe, or this circle, needed a default material. I don't remember this song from Deltarune. Interesting. But okay, I think if we're here, it's perfectly fine to get a checkpoint right there. I really wish it worked as it did before, where objects would like have their origin point at the point where you're dragging. Because that would make it, that made it a lot easier to control how objects like worked. But I get it. Admittedly, it does kind of make more sense to do it this way. Because it's one of those things where if you can control it, it's more useful, but if you can't control it, then it's less useful. And we're going to have a sink right there. World famous sink. Actually, I'm going to put it right here. My next big thing is figuring out how to not be stupid with the fountains, I guess. Or no, what am I trying to say? I don't know what I'm trying to say. I don't know anything anymore. My brain was totally fried by all of those textures, because I stayed up till like 11, just making textures for the church. And so now my mission is to, stay functional, I guess. As my brain slowly dies. But okay, let's also make it so that this place is actually, like, possible to navigate, because right now it's like... Grid fill that. Because I think we can just get away with, like, this here. Basically, I think what I'll do is I'll have a little thing. That's not what I wanted to do. I don't even know. Did I do something? I wish there was a way to just make it so that I could select through back faces. Without having to, like, have X-ray vision on, because X-ray vision makes it hard to see. Good enough. Okay, let's do a full playtest. And this will also be nice. If I don't have any breaking bugs and have to, like, pause and do things, I can also time how long it takes, because I want to see how much I got. Clock. Okay, I don't think I have a timer. Actually, I do have a timer, which is the stream. Okay. Athene Zavera's autosave. Okay, so we're starting at 1 hour and 54 minutes into the stream. Closer to 1 hour and 55. I'm estimating about 15 minutes of content if you know what you're doing. So you're a researcher then. What do you need exactly? He needs a thing. I'll keep my eyes out. Seem quite interested. Okay. Filled with concrete. Do you want any help looking? Yeah, let's get some video game content, Razia. You and I are going on an adventure. And so in the final game, these will be like chambers with buried people. But okay. Make sure that these doors work. Yeah, I hadn't tested them yet, so it's good that they do, though they are awfully loud. And, like, not positional at all, it feels. Or maybe my headphones are on backwards. Hang on. Yeah, my headphones are just backwards. I swear to God, they change, like, literally every single time I plug them in, the left and right channels change. Because sometimes the cord comes out of my left ear, and other times it comes out the right. Oh, wait, hang on. Yeah, minor structural thing. It'll really be more of like a final level type thing of making sure the doors can just be walked through freely. But okay. And it's also good that I'm kind of like not looking around the level because I, like... It somehow winds up being completely linear. And feeling completely linear. And like very easy to intuit what I'm supposed to do. Even though this level is so like interconnected and weird. Like, then they look down there and they're like, oh neat. That's the other level. Oh wait, I just realized. I was like, that's a bit of a hard challenge for the first instance of the thing. Yeah, this is like the 4th iteration of this level because it constantly is like... I'm just not very good at level design. I think it's one of those things where you just... It feels like it should be easier than it is, and not require so much like practice. Yeah, I think it helped me a lot to like look at Portal and take a lot of detailed notes. Because it was like, you know, it would introduce a mechanic and then 3 variations, and then it would like introduce a new mechanic and then mix both of those mechanics together. It was very methodical about making sure the player understood what was happening before it ramped up the challenge. And I've tried to do a similar thing here, but I have not been as methodical, and sometimes the levels just kind of wind up being random crap that I strew about. But okay. Now things seem to be working. Alright. So she wants to sit in the machine, so she sits there. And then we can see the helpful indicator of the world space textures that we are moving. And then there's a cool little thing there. So I don't want to talk to anyone. I think one of us needs to get out of this room while it's moving. Why? Sounds dangerous. Should I get out or you? Okay, this doesn't sound like a great plan, but I'll do it. So what I want is the ability... Oh, well... I think I accidentally broke it. Yeah. Oh wait, no, I didn't. Slightly broken, but I think a lot of this will wind up being making the NPC able to navigate platforming challenges, which will be quite complicated. Well, I mean, it doesn't need to be. I'm fine with her teleporting behind you, as long as it feels semi-believable that she, like, got there. You know, because that building was moving up, and it was a sealed box, so, like, there's no reason for her to be there. But okay, this is our first challenge that's, like, officially too hard for the player to do. Because they can see that those doors closed like an eon ago. And this thing isn't even passable. So yeah, they're like, okay, that's too complicated. It looks like there's something down here, though. You know, basically a funnel of level design. With everything reachable, or at this point reachable from everywhere. I don't think... Oh yeah, this water isn't even colliding yet. It's just a big... It's just a big pit. But okay, if you come down here... the player will also probably realize that they don't have enough time to get back up here before the platform starts falling. I should probably have that fan visible from the button. Kind of dumb to have it there. But oh well. But okay, this quite clearly demonstrates what the time gun does. It is a bit strange that it's there. Also, I just got stuck. I should probably have, like, fewer soft locking areas like this, where the geometry is overlapping. So yeah, I'll say things to make this level ready for playtesting are level structure, make sure the effects of a button are usually visible, fix the clipping walls near the time gun, and also we need the playground to have more stuff in it, because right now there's not actually anything in here. Oh, and also we desperately need to fix the fact that you can't ledge grab on a falling platform, even when the time is slowed. Why did my... Oh, I see. I hit my head underneath the floor, and so I was forced to crouch, and so I couldn't roll because I was already crouching. Well, another thing to fix. Clipping walls are going to cause, like, distracting bugs. Because, yeah, my next steps for this process are basically not to finish the level, but to make the level good enough that all of the obvious issues are fixed, and I can send it to other people to play test. And then they can point out the non-obvious issues. So yeah, I'll have to figure out what would be in the final version of this area. That fan is too powerful. Yeah, because that used to be a more complicated and challenging puzzle. Now we get that. So now... Well, that's not really what it looks like, but that's fine. I think we should put the emblem above the doors. Put tablet emblem above doors, so that way the player, like, knows what that's supposed to be. Maybe having, like, show a visual of the item when you pick it up. And then... What was the other thing? Calibrate fan speeds? But okay, now we're here. Razia is nowhere to be found, actually. I have no idea where she went. Where could she possibly be? Is she in here? Oh, she's in there. Okay, so Razia needs to be... Razia goes too early. Follow us until the second time we enter the medium area. So she disappeared right after I got the time gun, I think. So yeah, she should basically, like, discuss with us, like, okay, now we can go and get the thing. But okay, what I'll do now is let's follow Razia. We don't need to go back out until we get to the other thing. Also, I should say, make each door more distinct. Or, yeah, make each door in the ossuary. And maybe have some placeholder skull textures. That'd be good. And I think right now, there's nothing too cool about this area. I think this is the other thing that I probably want to change before I start letting people play test. Make the opulent medium more challenging. So, like, get on a platform while it's moving. Something like that. And also, we need to make it so that, like, it moves a little bit faster, because right now, there's not, like, anything to do. Like, you stand on it, and then you wait 10 seconds, and then it actually starts doing stuff like that. So yeah, start the challenge immediately upon getting into the area. Hello? We're really in it now? I think Razia should also explain to the player. So yeah, more Razia dialogue. So, like, help the player figure out where to go. Provide some background info. Because, yeah, I want Razia to also be a useful and helpful person here. And also, we need some of these, like, the pipes need to stand out a lot more. Pipes need to stand out from the walls. Fog for distance visibility. More lights. And also no sunlight in here. Okay. That's fun. Also, I need a, like, graceful tween for the, time slowing colors. Also, I'd like some challenges the player can revisit, even just for this little play test, I think. So that way I can understand. So let's have that optional paths. So, like, how does the player react to things that are way too fast for them? Basically, will the player, like, try fruitlessly forever to, like, do a random thing? Or will they accept, like, okay, that's clearly some sort of optional path. But if they do that too much, will they be, like, you know, learned helplessness of, like, I have no idea what this is supposed to be? Uh-oh. Oh, wait, I could have made that. I do think, however, the reset time on this challenge is probably too long. Well, I don't know. I guess I'm fine with a platforming challenge that's like 10 seconds long. Okay. And this one is not particularly difficult at all. Oh yeah, also I probably need to make the, I think the time gun it's draining. I need to make that faster. Time gun should drain faster. And then Rousey hasn't been too much of a burden this time. I think because now there's a lot more like level areas like this, so she can actually like walk around. Oh yeah, I didn't actually... Did I do this place? Ooh. Uh-oh. Hmm. Oh, I don't have a spin kick. I think I need to reset the player's spin kick when they get onto a ledge. Set spin kick when ledge grabbing or climbing. Okay, so now we're here. I think this might be a bit too precarious because basically the challenge here is ledge grabbing, or like roll jumping from the correct place. If you roll jump too late, you will get your input 8, which is not a good feeling. And if you ledge grab too early, yeah, I think this is just cool, like designed wrong. Pipe section, pipes are laid out too far. Spaced too far or like too high relative to each other, and also it's confusing to figure out which way you need to go. Yeah, because right now what I need to do is climb on the wall there. And that's, again, another like maneuver that I don't think people will realize they can do. It's quite an advanced maneuver to like bonk the wall deliberately, or even avoid bonking the wall entirely by hitting it at just the right angle. And I'm fine with it being in the game, but I'm not fine with it being like a mandatory thing for like getting the gun. But okay. That led us this way. So paradoxically, okay, so I think now it is still to open this door. We go down this thing. Yeah, that feels right. I think I need those pipes to be a lot more visible as well. So like visuals, lights inside the pipes to basically indicate to the player that they can go there, or that there is like shape and dimension and a turn eventually. Let's see, this point, utterly trivial, completely pointless. Ouch. Yeah, these enemies are a bit too weak. And also, I think this area going to be very difficult for the player to realize what they need to do, which is go down there. So I should have some way of indicating that. But then again, there's only like one way across. Okay. I think the last thing that I want is something or other. I'm trying to think. What do I want? To integrate falling platforms into this stage of the platforming. That's what I want. Yeah, so instead of going this way, we should have a door close here, this door close, then we go this way, this platform falls, we do this platforming here. And that'll be like our final challenge that we have here. That things will now start collapsing under our weight. Yes, let's have that as like post-game. We need better lighting. Or no, post-capacitor. Better lighting. Close some doors. New route using more enemies. Or no, yeah. New route. So like more enemies. Falling bridges. One final gauntlet. And then we come back basically into this room, I think. And it'll have like lights over there to be like, you know, that's the way that, toward daylight. Oh wait, that was yeah, I need to replace some of these switches with buttons. Yeah, basically... Oh, wait. We should have that be some sort of control panel where you cause it to malfunction, and then it's like, well, you have no idea how to fix this. So now it's just a usable platforming sequence. Yeah, here's another place where Razia could be useful of like, where do I go? And it's like, well, we could try climbing, you know, up all of this hokey crap. And, like, somehow escape. There we go. There we go. Oh, yeah, and then currently, what we need to do is then we need to go through, like, all of the same platforming areas again, and I could add enemies. That could be interesting. Ouch. And I should also figure out, before I get too invested in this structure, if everything here is the same, like, is the correct, like, vague geometry. And also, I think this area might be a bit too confusing, because now it's like, well, I'm back in this area, and I don't know how to go up. But I could have... I think I could have... Yeah, having enemies in here, I think would be a worthwhile complication. Yeah, that should be slower again. And then we're back out. And we can go this way. Beautiful. And then we can escape. Okay. Okay, did I pause too much? I forgot that my goal was to basically beat that and see the time. It looks like it was, let's see, 20... So, it's 2:19. I started at 1:45, or 54. So 26 minutes or so? Okay, about the time that I estimated, like 15 minutes to half an hour. That's a pretty meaty bit, I guess. Yeah, I forget if I, like, was going back and forth from things. Oh, wait, no, I was writing down all of this stuff, so that's not really accurate. It's probably closer to 15 minutes. Ah, well. Okay. So I guess let's start on the stuff that I need to do for that. Let's see. Okay. Hmm. Okay. I don't even know what I've done here. Some small fixes or something. Okay. So yeah, I think main thing here, transforms. No, what am I looking for? Geometry. A lot of this stuff should be double-sided geometry. I guess let's just grab a bunch of stuff. Well, thank you, Godot. Okay. That'll be annoying. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, the problem is I can't just select... Actually, I can just select things. Let's go to collision shape. Turn that off. Collision shape 3D. Okay. So now I should be able to just grab all of these without nearly as much issue. Okay. Much better. Oh, I see. The top of this thing is a different object. There we go. Anyone else missing their things here? I think that's good. Except for this. Oh, I see. Okay, that's from the outside. Okay, good. So now that all is correct. No sunlight. How do we do the environment in here? I think what I need is an environment... Okay, I need to change how my environment override works. Because now what it's going to be is each of these rooms, when you enter into it, it can have a custom environment. Hang on, let's go... I mean, I guess what I can do is I can just have a custom environment for now, just to make sure that it all works. Because, yeah, for this initial playtesting, I'm just going to have, well, basically delete that. So we're going to call this, like, debug test environment. shadows on, light, color, something or other, ever so slightly yellow tinged. Interesting that it has disabled my double-sided shadows. Oh wait, no, okay, it's not because of that. It's because it's has different distances. Yeah, because now we need okay, and nice, that has that. What the hell do we need? My brain is like falling out of my head. We need this. 200. Basically, better distances, we'll have like a 0.075 for a little bit better there, and then like 0.15. And then like 0.45. There we go. And then let's just have a world environment. Environment background would be, let's go to our actual world environment. Basically, I'm going to, oh wait, actually, I can literally just put that there. Yeah, and that gets us all the same parameters. And then I'm going to make this unique, because we actually need some slightly different stuff. Basically, what I want is just a little bit more depth to the color. Let's do like a green, a murky green. And let's do like 500. 200? Okay. And do I want this color, or do I want something more... You know, I kind of like the blue-green, because that does fit the... What is it? Patina of the bronze. I learned that word recently. It means either a metal plate or this. The plating of corroded bronze or copper. And alright. So now we have, basically, this is going to be the fog color of this environment. Until I perhaps do something to make it more interesting. But okay, that way we can see our dimensions a bit better. I'm also realizing, does that actually make it impossible to see, for example, this death plane? We should probably not have it so low, but okay. Yeah, because I am realizing this does mean that, it's very easy to not know that there's an infinite death plane below you. So yeah, let's make that environment a little bit less intense. Let's do like 300. Or maybe 500. Yeah, this place seems to span like kilometers. Okay, let's call that good for now for the actual fog. Pipes need to stand out from the wall, so let's get our pipes. Every single one of these is going to have a unique triplanar. It's going to be... do like a local coordinates. Copper. I'm gonna say just cleaned copper for now. And then their specularity might be like higher. But okay, that should be okay for telling things apart, kind of. Except now it's hard to tell them apart from the floor. What the heck is this thing? This isn't a pipe. Oh, it's a pipe platform, though. Yeah, so now the big issue is that they don't stand out very well from themselves. Okay. Well, let's have just some, like, Omni lights and stuff. What color do we want here? Maybe greenish yellow is good. Oh, and we should also probably actually add in all the walls. Let's say this is going to be like pre-playtest. Make sure the effects of a button are usually visible. That was specifically one area, which was the area where we get this. Didn't I say the playground should actually, like, have things? Should use the time gun more. So, like, more collectibles for the player to use to understand the time gun. So yeah, here, let's make sure. So if the player stands, like, here, they'll then see this fan right there. Perfect. And yeah, also fix various, like, floor gaps that are improper floor gaps, basically. But okay, that's basically good. Then, next up, the playground and the tube. Literally, we can just do, like, that. Why is this thing so stupidly laid out? Like, it's at this is at, like, a weird angle from this part. Like, just rotate it so that they're parallel. What is wrong with me? And yeah, here we need a similar thing where, let's do like that, that. Because basically I had an issue where I was being forced to crouch, so now we will not be forced to crouch. Wait, what? I'm trying to get this and this. There. Okay. Good enough for playtesting. Now, why did I design this so stupidly? Okay. Hmm. Here we are. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, because for playtesting, my only goal is to make sure that there's no gaps that the player will be confused by. So, for example, let's have this come out. Let's do... Oh, wait, hang on. Is there some sort of weird, like, seam here that I'm not noticing? No, that seems correct. Oh, wait, no, I forgot. It's, I can't do the slide along ledge unless I do it one vertex at a time, but only sometimes. Other times it's perfectly fine doing this. There we go. And also now there's some sort of weird apparition. Probably this here. There we are. Good enough. Yeah, I can't move it closer because there's no like face or something like that. Some incredibly confusing requirement there. But okay. Now we won't get stuck on the geometry in that particular section. So yeah, I guess let's fix that in a few different places. Probably fix it in the doors as well, like these. Because I think what I should do is just make the doors line up with things. Hmm. Let's just have it do that for now, so that way I can at least try to figure out how to make these also line up properly. Hmm. Oh, I see. Okay, so this needs to come out a little bit. Let's say like that. Wait, hang on. Where's our door holder thing? Okay, this is the thing that needs to move because the door itself is now parented properly to everything. Okay, so that means the actual door will now like go up and down properly. Let's see, and let's just have this thing attach properly instead of doing whatever it's doing. And then, I don't know, have this go outward like this. Does that work? That would if we had this go down a little bit. There we go. Good enough for now. Because yeah, as I said, my goal is not to make something that actually, like, looks good. My goal is just to, make something where it's not broken for the player. I don't need that. Yeah, that's fine. Let's have this go up a little bit. There we go. Another classic place where we need to have just a little bit of whatever we're having here. If this goes up... Okay. Do the same treatment on this side where we have a little bit extra here. So that way it's just clear where the door is going to be. And then there's not like a weird like jump here. Hang on, we need louder music. I've really fucked up the geometry here. Hang on. Just grab this piece of crap. Yeah, whatever I did here, I kind of fucked it up. Thank you, Godot. I have to, like... Let's see, GY... Okay, so I can move it on the Y-axis. Okay. Now if we come back into here, this should be good enough. Yeah, that's good enough. No, that's not what I want. Put that back where it was, I think. And this one, I guess I'm fine with keeping this, no, you know what? This also doesn't have that. Have that go this way, and then we have this come out like that. Hang on, SX0. Okay. Same treatment. Different sickness. Align that. Figure out how to align this all together. Uh-oh. I know. There we go. Have that lined up just about perfect there. Okay. And there for now, that's fine. Okay, the real gap that I need to figure out is this whole mess here. Hmm. I know what to do. Cut right here. And then this whole segment right here. Not quite. There we are. So that way, at the very least, we have, like, the pipe, or we have it difficult to clip out and fall and stuff like that. Feels like there's something twisted and evil in here. I think it's because there's, like, an infinitely thin wall right here that doesn't actually attach correctly. And the way to fix that would be to just have this come in a little bit. So yeah, what if we did 6? Just have this go in a little bit like that. So yeah, then what we can have is that. There we go. So now it doesn't give me the same, like, heebie-jeebies. Though there is this little awkward seam here now, but that's okay. I'll forgive it. Any other places with, like, really big gaps and things and seams? Yeah, there are. Oh wait, hang on. Ah, this place has exactly the same problem, actually. Fix this thing by... doing that. Okay. Oh yeah, classic. Have to do it individually, vertex by vertex. Have to politely ask the thing to do what I want it to do. Good enough. Any other obvious issues that would, like, trip up a potential player? Oh, yeah. These parts are, like, completely fucked up. Yeah, because there's, like, no walls here whatsoever, so we need to at least, get a little bit of a wall here. Huh. I pressed 2, and then it doesn't do 2. Did I, like... Am I in fucking Arabic mode? What's happening? Okay. I was in Arabic mode. Okay, so now I think I can just do this, grid fill, beautiful. Everything here is really... like, the geometry's getting so fucked up. Hopefully that's good enough. Okay. Yeah, okay. Much better. It is funny that the pipes peek out through the walls, though. I guess what I can do is just move these a little bit, like that. Okay. And, oh yeah, this place, all of this platforming was kind of fucked up. But we'll fix that soon, because first order of business, fix this platforming. Good enough. Yeah, perfect. Anything missing here? You know, in both of these places, we could just have that be 0. Oh well. Actually, I just had a great idea. SX 0. Actually, get both of these. Now they're beautiful. They're aligned. We could even do, like, that. Oh wait, I see why that has to be like that. Trying to figure out basically, like, how much I can squeeze this geometry together. Okay, that seems fine. I feel like any changes, other fixes will be like minor things. I should probably start working on the larger level, but I kind of want to just fiddle around. Let's fix clipping walls, fix various floor gaps. I'll say that that's probably good enough. Well, say that. Playground should use that more. Put tablet emblem above doors. Show a visual of the item when you pick it up. I think what I'll do... Let's go to the necropolis. Or actually, where the heck is the emblem? Open recent... No, let's open... I think I'm going to do entities... What the hell am I going to do? Items? Tablets, maybe? Quest? Oh, I named the keys after their things here. Okay. So let's just go... Opulent medium, so don't save. So that's key 113 that our emblem is from. So for now, I'm just going to link to that as a lazy workaround. Items, quest, key 113. I guess I'll just do the object itself. Interesting that it was not... Oh, I see. Hang on, collection... Okay. Interesting that it's chosen to be incorrect here. But okay, this is going to be key dash... or no. Emblem dash S body. Okay. Let's also go back to the key, because this is supposed to be... What I'm going to do is I'm just going to mark this as sharp all the way around this. So shade smooth. Okay. There we go. Okay. So now I can do whatever I'm going to be doing. Nothing's aligned properly. It all looks like shit. Okay, so I think we get the tablet right here, so that would be useful. There we go. So yeah, that should hopefully tell the player everything they need to know about these doors. And then here, I would love for this to be, like, properly... Hang on. Why is this? Oh, because this is attached to the fucking thing. Okay, hang on. Get this here. Like that. There we go. And then we get this piece of crap. Because, like, I know that I don't need to do this right now, but I don't want the game to look like garbage. Like, it should still look at least a little bit good, I think. And then I can start getting, like, precise with the actual, like, measurements at some point, someday. Oh yeah, this part. I almost forgot this fucking mess. Okay, get this up to, like, there. And then I'm just gonna have this... Let's get all of this in like that. That's fine. What am I looking at here? There's like a thing here that's not correct. Oh, it's the bevel. Okay. Wait, why did I do that? Just make this look good. Like that. There we go. Now it's almost basically good. Huh? There we go. And also, I think I'm seeing some clipping. Whatever. Okay. That seems good. I think that means more things are done, so put emblem above the door, show a visual of the item when you pick it up. Calibrate fan speed. That was one fan that was wrong. Probably a fan that was here on this end, right here. Yeah, this one should probably be like 18. Because yeah, now the challenge is just do the thing that I'm doing that I forgot. But okay, let's go back into there. I think I can just get back into the challenge. In fact, I have a good idea. I should probably just have that as a button. But okay, where am I looking? What am I looking for? Probably some sort of area around the tube. Oh yeah. I gotta keep, like, my head about me. This is where it is. So this will be tricky. Easy peasy. And I think the emissive elements will be really useful here, because I like having the level be this dark. Where the hell? Oh, right. This is the room there. And then it comes down to here, gets into here, There's some fucky bits. Hang on. Put it right there, maybe? What if I just have this attached right there? And then, like, we use the railing here to make this look like good. Okay. Then that's fine there. And then this... Scale this up. Scale this. Okay. So the only thing now that I'm worried about is the connection right here. And that's because this should do that. And then it's perfect. Okay. And yeah, as I mentioned, most of this is just to make sure that the player isn't confused by, like, you know, what am I looking at, even? And then the real big challenge, I think, is going to be making it so the player can get a checkpoint on a moving platform and still spawn in the correct place. Oh yeah, everything's kind of... all these fountains are going to be in the wrong places. Well, if I do the playtest, I should probably make it... I should either just tell the player right now, like, checkpoints are fountains, or tell them that, something else. Oh yeah, I should probably make this place also, like, correct. What if we just have all of these go a little bit outward? Okay. That's our thing. Perfect. Okay. Beautiful, okay. And then, you know what? For these, for now, what I can do is just do, like, GX 12. Yeah, let's do this for now. And at some point I can make those separate rooms so they load separately, but I just realized I don't actually care because it's fine this way. Because yeah, this will be where our proper necropolis is. And now the rooms should be basically airtight. Or at least, it should be less likely to clip into everything. Well, almost. This thing is so screwed up. Hang on. This X? Yeah. Ooh, I'm gonna faint. Ah, well, I'm doing alright. Okay. Is that all of the, like, crap that's done? I'm gonna say that that's probably done. Playground should have more time gun. Visual item when you do that. Calibrate fan speed. Probably good. Yeah, that was good, actually. Follow us the second time we enter the medium. Make each door to the ossuary more distinct. So, how would I do that? I think what I would do is I would have this stand look a little bit more interesting than the other ones. And then it's like, you know, then you have a pretty good understanding of these. Actually, what if I just make this its own object here? Basically just this thing. Oh wait, hang on. Actually, I have a good idea. What I'm gonna do, add a plane here. This is gonna be our, like, door frame collision. Okay. Solidify this with, like, a meter. Okay. So now it should be a lot easier to, like, set up a door frame here, because we're just going to do, like, that. And then, I guess we gotta have it come up this high. Actually, hang on. Okay. I love this track. Okay, that looks good. If we hide that, does this all connect properly? Not really. But we can have this, go out like that, connect there. And then have this come down. Okay, that's good. And then I forgot the whole business here was going to be like, basically have something or other come out of here. It's vaguely different. I think that's fine for now. Okay, now we're in the, whatever the heck it is, the Florence soundtrack. Pretty nice little game. Okay. Show a visual of the item when you pick it up. Make each door more distinct. I'll say that's basically done. Okay. That's good. Visuals. Pipes need to stand out more from walls, and they need to stand out more from themselves. And copper corroded. There. Actually, this should be probably a different form of copper. Maybe even like that. I'm trying to figure out what exactly I want here. Good enough. So now it's like, okay, there's definitely something different about this one. And here's, well, these two need copper cleaned, probably, because I think that's a local coordinate. No, it's not. Need that one. Did that work? I think that worked. Oh wait, this thing is broken again. Because, I don't remember why. Maybe I forgot to make it double-sided. But okay, now it should be good. I think it's just about there. Optional paths, time gun should drain faster. Let's figure that out. Because I think it's because the time gun is not in the fixed process. Always fixed process. Because this is going to be fixed process. If we go to time management. So yeah, this should call, so we're in player fixed process, paused fixed process, always fixed process. Oh, wait, hang on. We should not be in that, we should be in this. Because it still is when it's paused, it still does the thing. And actually, that means we don't need to do anything with our slowed by player here. Oh wait, no. Okay, that's fine. Technically, I could get the same effect by having the time drain affect, you know, just increasing the time drain multiplier. But now, this thing should slow down a lot more. Probably like, what, 4 times faster? I should probably playtest to make sure that that, like, makes sense. Alright, and here's a little thing. I should probably make this make sense as well. I completely forgot about the little pyramid. Okay. That's good. Because, yeah, right now, a lot of this stuff, oh yeah, I should probably have, this place do something as well. Is this good? I think now it's probably... Let's see. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay. And I might call it a little early today. Because as I said, I did like an extra like 3 hours of work yesterday until like 11 at night. But I should make sure that all of the platforming still works with our extra juice. So let's try and get into the back of the medium. Oh wait, we can't go this way though, because we don't have Razia with us. We might want to have the thermal vision, have better visibility in here. Oh, well that's handy. That's exactly where I wanted to be. Oh yeah, we also need the visuals for the platforms coming back, I think. So that way it's clear that something has happened rather than them just popping up. Oh yeah, this is going to be... Now it's actually a little challenging to manage your resources. Because yeah, you have to budget it. Now it's no longer like just free forever. Okay, that was really the only place where I was worried about it having issues. I guess that's fine for now. Oh wait, I'm on the wrong side of the neighborhood. I don't even know what that goes to. Oh, those are the doors! Or those are the platforms that stick out on the other side. Okay, that's funny. I never even realized that those platforms... Like, this place is so compacted together that these platforms stick out here. I was like, what the heck are those? Yeah, there's only like, there's like a half meter of space between these two walls. I may want to put something there just so that it doesn't do that. But okay. I think my other main thing is I want to make this a cylindrical chamber. And that is going to be, you know, thinking about it, I probably should have done that earlier. Well, I won't bother. Actually, first thing I need to do, make all of these have the proper, first of all, height to the floor, but also, hang on, let's move this so that it's, like, a little bit more sensible. I'm thinking a lot of things at the same time. I basically need to add a CSG box, and then a CSG cylinder, and that'll be 3, or no, 3 there. So yeah, the tricky part will be making sure that this actually, like, blocks the wall and is reusable, because I'm lazy. I don't want to have to reuse it, or don't want to have to, like, do whatever I have to do. But okay. Now let's just compress it down a little bit. There we go. Okay, subtract. Hang on. Transform this. Is this? Oh, okay, that is correct. Okay. So now when this door opens... Oh yeah, we can't actually see, but it should let us through with no issues. It'll be a little hokey. Well, I can just make it less hokey. Like that. And if I really wanted to be fancy, I could add a, like, truncated something or other to there, but I don't want to care. Okay, so we're going to move this beautiful door so that it is centered. Oh wait, what I should do, get all of these, get, copper. There we go. A little different looking. So yeah, now I can very easily make all of these doors do the thing that they're supposed to do. And then, eventually make this work. Okay. Oh wait, I just realized none of these boxes have collision. Okay. Okay, in this little area, I'm fine with that being mysterious. Or maybe we can do like this. And so then, now there's nothing there though. That's completely pointless. Let's have that there though. And that means that now there's a thing there. And actually, we can have a little area down here that has nothing. I'm fine with that. And this is nothing important, I don't think. Oh wait, I see. Hang on. Just truncate this. The whole point of CSGs is that they're not just boxes. There we go. Now we can have that, and then we can have probably something here to make it so that the player actually knows that they can just walk over here. Or so that it's, yeah, so that's in the player's mind, because otherwise they might just not think like, oh, that's a place where I can jump. There we are. And then... looks kind of bad, but that's fine. Lots of things look kind of bad. But okay. And then our next important step will be lighting. Catching the player's eyes with important things. Why are all of my lights unselectable? It drives me insane. But okay, let's have this be like here. And then I want a brighter, bluer light right about here. I'm gonna do about like that. So that way, it's very subtle. I'll need to have a lot more texture. Probably like, I really want baked ambient occlusion. That'd be good. And here what I should probably have is like this, and then just have like a box here. And what I'll do is just have that go up like this. So that way it's like, yeah, that's pretty obvious that you can't go there. Oh yeah, I need all of these as well to have doors blocking them, I think. Why do we have this chasm down here? I guess I'm fine with it, but it's like, it's just kind of random. I just realized all of these are parented to CSGs, like these windows. I don't want these all, like, there. These should just be attached there. Now, if I can get this... There we are. Then I'm going to have this be CSG... Oh, wait, no. Copper is what I want. So that way you can't get across, or above it, or whatever it is. There we go. So now the player has to go out the way they came in. And I can have a spotlight here. Let's have it go down and then like cone-shaped a little bit. Have this about here. So that way it's clear to the player. This attenuation is so, I don't know. Wow, sometimes it really, like, goes crazy. But okay, I want it like this. I want it to be visible from here. And aren't these things supposed to have lights? I'm just going to add an Omni-Light. An incoming node's name clashes with medium light D switch A2 Omni-Light 3D already in the scene, presumably. This node will be renamed. Okay. Lights. Okay. I'm also going to make this a little less, or a little smaller, a little lower energy. Okay. And then we probably want something here to do... I guess I'm fine with it being like this. And what we can do is we can have this actually come in, make a platform like that. Because this, the player cannot stand on. Okay. Now let's do all the things we need to do. What is this? Why do we have two of these? Let's remove that one. And hopefully... Okay, and that doesn't go into anything else over here. Let's have this then... Oh wait, no. Wrong thing. The switch. And which switch does it go to? Probably one of the probably the last one? Yeah, I think so. Let's make sure all of these switches are, like, visible from here. Let's have this one go, like, right there. Yeah, good enough. Yeah, that seems fine. Yeah, because I want it to be clear which door is affected by what. I don't want the lines to be broken up. But okay, let's have a window probably here. And then I'm just going to have this go up, but that would mess this up. So I'm just going to have another CSG box maybe. Copy this to here. Okay. And here we should probably have another window as well. Okay. Where's our window? Let's call this window and this window. Whoops. Copy that value, actually. There we go. Godot can't keep up with me. But okay. Now we have this little switch here. We can move this a little bit more to be there. And then honestly, I'm just going to move the wire back to where it was. Okay. So yeah, eventually I can then figure out what the heck this thing is supposed to be. It looks like some kind of, like, obstacle to a course, watchtower. Like, there's, like, watchtowers here, it looks like. Which I like. But it is a rather strange feature of this. You know what, here? Let's have this loop around like that. I like how it loops. So that way it's clear to the player what's supposed to be happening, and also, I guess that's fine. What isn't fine, though, is this. Let's change these to spotlights, if I can, like, grab them. Okay, change this to a spotlight. These lights are, like, so low energy. I think the attenuation is just really weird on them. Because, like, I feel like in real life you can shine a... If there's a light that reaches this far, it has, like... I suppose it's because in real life, lights have infinite range. And so whatever math you're doing here is inherently not realistic. But okay, let's have, like, this here. This will go up like that. And then probably have attenuation over here. A little bit different. Yeah, this way we can get a little bit more stuff here. Yeah, this is looking better. Actually, what if I had... Oh wait, no, I remember now. I didn't want to have to bother with, like, making this uncentered. But okay, let's go through everything else. Let's make sure that all these other doors are properly blocked off. Because that's good. Then we go to there. Then that goes down to all that stuff. So let's double check. Yeah, I guess let's go through our expected route. Down to here. This stuff is fine. This place needs some work. Because right now it kind of sucks. I guess first thing I can do is have this like that. And also have a spotlight. With more attenuation of like less than 1. Okay. Then in this beautiful room, another spotlight, but it'll be big. Oh, and I see now. Finally. Another place for this. Perfect. Beautiful. And I think that's basically the last triangular door that we actually do anything with, maybe? Excuse me, my throat was, like, clogging up. Yeah, hang on, let's get this thing here. We don't need that anymore. Oh, wait, no, I see. And there we go. I just realized that doorway doesn't even, like, work still. Slash. Is it called slash? There we go. There we go. Get that. My big objection here is the way that this platform is like at a completely different height. Yeah, hang on. Let's look up. Let's see where that is. Somewhere in this section. These two. Okay, they don't connect properly. I think I'm fine with moving this entire room down a little bit rather than moving this thing down, because I think I designed this pretty intentionally. And hopefully that doesn't mess anything up here except for this, and I'm fine moving this thing down. I keep forgetting I actually don't need these to look very good. But okay, that looks fine. And then what I'm going to do is just that. What the heck is this? There's like a little weird little seam there. Ah, well. Eh, let's just call it that. That's fine. Okay. Any other doors that will have issues? Oh, right, the final doors. The most important doors, even. Dare I say. These ones. They all need to be a little bit above the ground, and then they all need, that wall. And hopefully those don't peek into other areas inappropriately. Yeah, they look fine. Yeah, okay. Those will work just perfectly. And I think, the next major thing I want, actually, is for this place, probably to have a larger room here. Because I want the capacitor to feel like just one random thing in here. And also, I want cool lower lighting from this thing. So let's go another spotlight. Attenuation lower. Because what I want is for the cool boundary to do its thing. Oh, I see. We need this light to be a little bit better. Okay, so this is light base, spotlight base. And let's have this have its visibility off by default. And then it'll turn on about here, but it'll have 0 energy. Then it comes up right about there to 1 energy. There we are. And then this should have a cool, ominous light color of some sort. Okay. And all of these, hang on, let's go to manage groups. Is there, did they remove the UI to manage groups? I think they did. There used to be a button you could press to manage groups, and then you could search through all the nodes, because what I want to do is get all the lights and put them into our opulent medium lights group. And those lights are not part of it, but these large lights are. And I think what I might do instead of actually turning off the lights is turn them to like a low red color. Well, Hang on. How would we do that, actually? I'll figure it out. Okay, I'll say that's probably... So that's done. Reset spin kick when ledge grabbing or climbing. We can do that pretty easily. Because that's basically spin or kick. What? Air? What the fuck am I looking at? Oh, that's that's the different player script. Yeah, delete that thing then. Or no, close that. Okay. Spin. So can air spin. So yeah, base jump, crouch jump, rolling, ledge jump, bonk, fall, ledge fall, wall cling. I think when you wall cling you can do... Okay, yeah, we have that. When we crouch, when we climb, when we ledge hang, that's what was missing. When we're damaged, I think it would be interesting if when you're damaged you can then spin kick again. And I think when you're locked, it should reset it. Get an item, place a flag, sit down, hover. Spawning. Let's say those as well, and no clip. Most places will actually let you spin kick again. So yeah, now, admittedly... Okay, but you still have limited stamina from that. That's fine. Oh yeah, there should probably be a way out of here, and also we should have the camera clipped to things. Yeah, let's go back to... Or let's go to static body. I think basically everything here... we want to be able to collide with the camera. And then I'm going to have body as well. I'm just going to have everything default to colliding with the player's camera. And then, what the heck else? CSG. Get every single one of these. First of all, why don't they all have collision as one of the things I can do on them? Yeah, why is this only allowed for a CSG? Like, because all of these are CSGs, right? When do we not have the ability to use the collision? Oh, I think it's when it's the children. Okay, that makes sense. Only top-level CSGs. And all of these will also have the what have you. Camera collision. And we should make sure that they also are properly, like, there. Nine. There we go. I don't remember this song. Oh, this is from Goodbye Volcano High. I forgot, it has a really nice soundtrack. But okay, that at least makes that cool. And then let's say, add ability to get out of the bottom. So like, add stairs out of the ossuary. So add in all the walls. I think I did that. Replace some switches with one-time buttons would be useful. So pipes need to stand out. I think they stand out enough. More lights. Lights inside the pipes, that'd be good. Reset spin kick when ledge grabbing or climbing. pipes are laid out too far. Did I remember to fix that? I don't think I did. Basically here, I want that to be a little bit closer. And what I probably want even is like that, basically. What if I did 30 degrees here? So then the fact that the pipes are hexagonal actually makes for an interesting challenge. I'm gonna try that. In fact, what if we get both of these? So we have basically the same challenge on both of them. Let's see if that does anything. Okay, so let's do player, toggle, no clip. Okay, so for whom does this bell toll? What am I doing exactly? Right about here. Okay. Oh. So this is now too far again. So let's do that. And actually, this as well. Thrilling. And this one, okay, that's fine. It is a little bit precarious. Oh, wait. Oh yeah, we already opened the doors because we got all this stuff. So yeah, the next thing I should do is have a bit more in this room. Oh yeah, and then I forgot. I was gonna have all this stuff close around and change and stuff. Yeah, because I want this to be the way that you go. And then you loop around a little bit, and then you can re-navigate some of this collapsed area. Oh, I didn't realize. Let's fix that, and then that'll probably be today. Right on time. But okay, so that was here. These two don't actually mesh nicely. Yeah. So what if we move these two rooms, these three rooms, upward to match that? That's gonna fuck up like everything. I don't care. Actually, I have a better idea. Ta-da! Then we can even have a little lip there. Wheelchair accessible. Make sure it's not too steep, though. Because that's worse than, like, a little lip. Well, actually, is it? I think in this game, it might be better to have a steep slope. No, because that activates sliding. If I really wanted to make this game as good as I can make it, I would make sure, or I would like readjust the player controller so that like little lips and ledges work, but it'd be so complicated. with the climbing system and stuff to do the same system that I have for Kitty Found a Camera, which also still has its fair share of bugs. Okay, and also remove the ability to clip through the fucking thing. Hang on. I need to put that as like one of the other things. Fix the one-way, or like lock the player with the fans. Why can I go through them? There should be a collider there that's like 100% there. But okay. I'm gonna say that's a pretty good start on making that play testable. Pipe section. I think now that works pretty well. It still might be a little difficult and weird. I might just have to like meditate on like, what is it that I really want there? Oh yeah, also another thing that's been constantly bothering me. The fact that this pipe is just a little bit off of the surface here. I want it to be basically there, like these three, or these two are. Touching the surface rather than like accidentally letting it go through, because I want it to be a little bit of a challenge to climb up over it, and then it's a little bit of a safety net if you're falling down. And then it would be cool to have these like go up and then slope like that. I'll think about it. I'll meditate on it. But okay, I'm gonna say that is some of the small quibbles done. Alright, and that'll be it for today. So opulent medium, some small fixes. Okay. And then the same treatment for the assets. Close that up. Close this up. Opulent medium. Small fixes. Okay. And that will be it for today. I'll be back on Wednesday with more Kitty Found a Camera work. And then I guess I'll just stick to Mondays for At the Ends of Eras for the time being. But alright, thanks for watching. See you later.